First attack.
Sangry Protocol, I am K-Town. I'm a hobbyist game developer / VTuber. Sorry for the delay. Not only did I think that I had time to... Oh, I am getting way too close to webcam. Not only did I think that I had more time to take a shower than I actually did, but also my throat was starting to feel a little bit sore, so I tried to pop a cough drop earlier. I was trying to rush through getting that finished. Most insane bug I've seen in a while. I am interested. And also, I've barely started actually getting into my coffee, and I really need to get more into my coffee. Thirds too fucked to stay on stream for very long, but hop in DC for a minute. Okay. Everybody say hello. Everybody say hello to Olive.
Okay. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, I'm so mad. So.
Let me turn my fan down a little bit.
I'm in Unity. I am trying to be like, hey, I'm dealing with like the screen size is like, oh, UI things aren't properly scaling when you hit the screen size. Because the canvas scaler is a little fucked up, it's not a perfect tool. I have to scale something manually. It's fine, right?
Right.
Okay. So I go in my code and I'm like, let's say, KT, you're in Unity. Let's say you want to get the size of the screen. Let's say you want to get the width of the screen. Off the top of your head, how you do that?
That is, display.width, I think.
Screen.width.
Is it screen.width? I thought it was display.width, but...
Screen.width. Maybe it's display.width as well. Hang on.
You know, I probably am not gonna find that in KT Dash, because I don't think I use that in KT Dash.
Yeah, I typed in display.width. I typed in display.width into Google, and the third result was the Unity page for screen.width.
Right.
So, okay, screen.width, that's fine, that's close enough. You're good, you're smart. I put in screen.width. And then I'm like, okay, this is a UI resizer thing. It's supposed to play on a wig, but if I need to mess with stuff, I am going to... What I'll do is, I'll put in the inspector, I'll put in a context menu to trigger the thing. So, like, I'll right-click on the inspector, and then I can just trigger the method from there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I do that, and it doesn't work. And I'm like, okay, why is it not working? I'm still in the headspace of like, oh, I'll figure it out. It's not a big deal, whatever.
Yeah, to be fair,
So
you're trying to size something that's within a canvas, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to use display.width.
Screen.
Sorry, screen.width. Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
You made sure that that's also corrected to whatever coordinate space the canvas has, right?
Not yet, but we're getting there.
Okay.
Because that's fine. Well, no, I hadn't done that, but that's not going to be the problem to debug. That's not the problem.
Okay.
I am testing something for Steam Deck. So Steam Deck by default is 1280 by 800, right? So it's 16 by 10. Right. So whatever. Screen.width and screen.height result in 433 for width and 936 for height. Which, in my head, I wasn't thinking too hard about that. I went, oh, that must be the editor window size. Because I had it backwards. I was like, oh, if it's 900 something for height, for width, and 400 for height. Then I looked at it, I'm like, no, that can't be right. That's fucked up. Hang on, what's wrong with that? Why is it saying that? And I do my digging, and I find out that my fucking inspector is 443 width and 936 height, and it's using the inspector for screen.width and screen.height because I used a context menu. Because I used the context menu, and I right-clicked on the inspector to use it. I'm so mad. I'm so mad about this. How dare they do this? What is wrong with them?
No, that honestly makes sense, because at the end of the day, it's much like Godot. Unity itself is Unity Engine. It's
I
because all the
know, I'm
tools are
just-
supposed to be cooperative and all that. That makes
It's just,
sense.
I'm
but
not
at the
using
same
an
time,
editor script is the thing, but like, oh my god.
I mean, you said it's a context menu in the inspector, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're currently interacting with the inspector, therefore Unity thinks that this should be an inspector script. It wants to run in the context of the inspector. I think that's what's going on there. It's funky, sure, but...
Yeah, I am like fucking floored that happened to me. I could not believe it. I was
Yeah.
just like, why is it giving me this? And it's because the inspector is fucked up.
I mean, I can believe it. I would definitely, like, have that issue of being like, why is it giving me this number? But if I figured out that it's because it's giving the inspector's numbers, it'd be like, oh no, that actually makes, like, 100% sense.
It makes sense, but
That
I'm
tracks
really
with the
mad
normal
about
Unity jig. I get that.
Yeah.
I get that, yeah.
I'm just like, man, what the fuck? The fuck did you? Oh man, whatever. But yeah, that's my Unity Jag story. I can't believe this happened.
Yeah.
What if I type screen.width into Google and then I look at the thing? Screen.width, Unity. The actual window of the actual width of the player window is what it says. It says nothing about the inspector. Oh.
Yeah. Hang on. Let me look at the actual docs for it. Let's go look up the screen class. Oh, this is a different screen class.
Yeah, that's a class of Unity Engine device.
Right. I wasn't sure if it was different.
Provides access to display information.
Current width of the screen window in pixels, read only.
Okay, yeah. When the game window is focused, it does properly
Yeah.
it does properly display that. I have a debug.log.
If the game
so
window
it got
is
triggered
focused.
on await. Yeah, and the
Yeah.
game window is currently focused. So what I did, I'm gonna try something stupid. What I did was I changed the context window to be the context menu to be a fucking invoke and then wait 2 seconds so that way I can invoke it and then quickly switch over to the game window.
Of course. That is weird. Yeah, there's... That is, like,
can't-
entirely undocumented, too. Like, it makes sense at the same time. Yeah, that is undocumented.
You can see why I'm mad.
No, 100%.
Alright,
can
I
see
clicked
that,
it.
Yeah.
I clicked it.
There is a display
I just
class.
clicked it. Oh wait, hang on. Let me click on the inspector.
Oh,
Oh, and it just works.
display.system height is the other thing I was thinking of.
Gamers. I don't know. I don't know why it just works now. Now it just works. Now that it's on a delay, even if I don't click onto the game window right away, it still just works.
Oh, huh. Interesting.
This is a bug, I think.
Potentially, yeah, that sounds...
I might report this.
It sounds wonky.
Oh shit, I had to test something and I accidentally played the
Display.rendering
Diagrams.
height is vertical resolution that the display is rendering at. Then again, I feel like this might actually just end up having the same issue. I don't know. As it stands, I have no idea where... That's definitely kind of a black box situation.
Yeah, if I have time later, I might just make a bit of a project. Just make a new project and then just use it to report the
Yeah.
fucking bug, because that's insane. But yeah,
It is wacky.
that's my story, chat. Hang on, let's see if the thing I wanted to fix with this script actually fixes, now that I've figured out why it was hating me. Yeah, that's all. I didn't want to interrupt your stream for too long, but I just was so angry.
Again, it is that point, that's period in the beginning of the stream where I'm not actually on task. I'm kind of just getting my brain into gear and also talking to people. That's how it is.
Every time I think to myself in a moment of weakness, when I get back to my video game, I want to work on it in Unity. Every time I think that to myself, something like this happens. And then I'm like, no, I don't. What was I thinking?
I mean, as it stands, watch out, because, and game engines are woke.
Oh, yeah, you're right,
I hate that. I hate that
I don't want to be woke.
I hate that entire fucking quote-unquote controversy or whatever.
So what's really funny is that here's a fun thing about that was just a couple of people saying some stupid shit. That's not actually a widely held belief amongst the anti-woke gamers or whatever, right? But
I mean, the resulting thing that happened with Godot specifically is what I was thinking of in terms of.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking of a different thing. Where did you see the Mongolian letter simulator thing, where you play as it's a Unreal Engine 5 game where you play as a Mongolian delivery person, and you just deliver mail to people, like it's like a truck sim, but you just on a horse and you just go around.
I have not heard of that. It sounds interesting though, but I've never heard of that.
Yeah, so they advertised their game as no combat, whatever, and then a couple people were like, "What engine is it?" And somebody goes, "Unreal." Like the team goes, "Unreal Engine 5," and then a couple of people were like, "No combat." It makes sense. Woke game devs don't want to put in the work of making their own engine, just making.
Oh. No, yeah, because I think that was the original tweet that Godot was playing off of when they made their.
Yes.
Tweet.
Yeah. Exactly. So that isn't like a widely held belief that woke.
Of course not. Nah.
Game devs, right? However, you know who did pick up on that and decided to start pushing it?
Who?
Notch.
Of course. Because Minecraft is perfectly fucking coded.
Minecraft is perfectly coded in its own engine that, I mean, real talk though, I think it's a
where
woke,
if you fall from a cliff
so stupid. Hey, Gan.
at very specific number heights on a boat, you will take fall damage, even though you don't normally take fall damage in a boat, but only at certain specific heights.
And also, just, I don't know, I think Minecraft is a little too woke, because it was coded in Java, and Java is a compiler, like, that is a programming language. Why didn't he write it all in assembly like Roller Coaster Tycoon was?
Of course, yeah.
SMH, all games using programming languages that aren't assembly are too woke for me.
Oh my goodness. Of course Notch would pick that up. Of fucking course Notch would pick that up.
So funny. I saw that and just started cackling. I was so happy. It was so good.
I genuinely think Notch could not make Minecraft again, ever.
Well, no, nobody could.
No, I mean, in terms of, that was a completely different Notch, I think. I think a lot of people have pointed out that, a lot of Notch's, behavior post, selling Minecraft almost seems to not line up with how Notch behaved before selling Minecraft. He became, isolated and jaded, and is now, an absolute piece of shit in situations and, what's the word I'm looking for? Not conversations, but, areas that he was not a piece of shit about before, but now he is because he fucking because of woke. Because there is the whole
But, like, I make this joke a lot. Sorry, you go first.
No, yeah, it used to be that if I remember right, the main character of Minecraft, like, originally wasn't supposed to be like Steve. They're supposed to be more just like a gender neutral kind of thing. Like he had a lot of like non-binary supportive ideals back in the beginning of Minecraft, and then now he's kind of just like singular gay is the product of the devil. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It is the thing. I make this joke a lot, but I actually do believe it. It is a serious cornerstone of my personal politics that we should take money away from billionaires, not for us, but also for them. Because, like, it clearly fucks with your brain to be a billionaire. Why would you want this?
Yeah.
It clearly makes you like a weird asshole who isn't happy.
For sure, yeah. That is an interesting, like, philosophical point.
No, I genuinely believe it, because
money just makes you an asshole.
Once you have a certain amount of money, you have no need to keep growing as a person, so you don't. Maybe. And growing as a person is one of the most valuable and interesting and fun experiences you can have as a person.
Yeah, but I wouldn't think you would regress as a person because of money. That's what I wonder. How is it possible to regress as a person from money?
Because you don't have the reinforcing experiences. It's not like you stay static. It's just that, like, the thing is that everyone is always regressing as a person, and you need to have new experiences and new like things, like new things happening to make you propel yourself to grow faster than you regress. And that's why progress on, like, healing from trauma is non-linear, because, sometimes you just regress, and that's just how it is to be human, and that's fine, and that's normal.
That makes sense.
However, when you stop growing entirely, you just start regressing, and we need to take the billionaire's money. We need to take Notch's money away from him. He needs to have less money, and he'll be happier. Anyway, what you working on today? I'm done ranting about my own dumb bullshit. I am so mad at this bug.
I was about to make the joke that we're going to start a podcast, but I decided to hold against it. Except
I can't stick around for terribly long.
Of course not. Yeah, I am continuing the work that I was starting yesterday with making it so that KT Dash is now going to be like fully encompassing the whole OBS screen, and I'm just going to make it so that it just moves the elements around depending on what scene I'm on. This has been kind of a work in progress that has been in the planning phase for a while and has a lot of jank to it, because as I have done a bunch of experimenting on this, as well as Kiri has done some what's the word I'm looking for? Some beneficial or supporting experimentation on it, or someone in my friend group did some experimentation on this. OBS WebSockets, the scene transition events don't have certain things that they used to. They used to say what scene we're on and what scene we're transitioning to. They don't say that anymore. There's a event that tells you when the cut is supposed to happen. If you remember my transition, it has the stinger animation, and then at a certain point in that stinger animation, it switches the scenes there when the sniper scope goes up from the recoil.
Sure.
There's supposed to be a WebSocket message that fires when that trigger happens. It doesn't. because who fucking knows? So there's several things that need to be done in order to work around that. Kiri, I think, or somebody I know, found out that if you, as soon as you get the message from OBS that a transition is starting, if you run a query asking what scene you are currently on, it returns the scene you're going to. Because fuck you, I guess. So that helps out. That means that we can just go about, as soon as we receive the message that we're changing scenes, we will then call that function to find out where we're going. And that allows us to decide what we're going to do with everything.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
What?
Sorry. Yes. Yeah. I didn't catch all of it, but I get the gist. You're making it work so that it shows more the information it's properly supposed to.
Sort of. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, and the other thing is that like it also has to kind of predict when it is, so that means I need to manually feed it the cut point it's supposed to have. Technically speaking, I could also have it pull information about the transition and then use that information to determine when the cut point should be, but rather than doing that, because this is just a personal program and I will likely not change this for a while, I'm just going to feed in hard code the transition point, which is 1000 milliseconds, and
Sure.
then just do it that way. And so far, I have managed to get it to work such that it can respond to the transition happening on OBS, and then it reports the scene that it's going to properly, and it tells itself to change the scene. I am now at the point at which I am implementing the system that is going to load a JSON file that determines where all of the elements are going to be placed on each scene, and that's kind of the point that I was leaving off at. I have the display with overlay and the chatting overlay in there now, and I wanted to see if everything was going to work properly. That's the point that I'm at, I believe.
Okay.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just coughing today.
And that's going to be a system that's going to be very beneficial, because in the future, I'm going to be adding more elements to KT Dash that I would like to place in different locations on different OBS. For example, a chat would be nice. But the particular thing that was like initially starting off me being like, hey, I should probably work on this feature now, is I need to replace Streamling. I need to replace Streamling and VLC with an in-house solution that's going to do all the playlist stuff for me.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you've heard me complaining about Streamling before, which is the application that I use to show the current song name. And
Yeah,
artist.
you were complaining about how it had inconsistent volume stuff.
No, that's VLC. That's entirely different problem. No, this thing, which shows the current title and stuff. This thing crashes at the drop of a hat. Watch this. Boom. Crashed.
Oh my
All I
God,
did
okay.
was right-click on the fucking sound driver button down here to open sound settings.
Oh my God.
It crashes at the drop of a hat. It crashes when I open up Audacity. It crashes when I open up various other programs. I'm gonna have to go reopen it now. It's bad. It's really bad. It crashes when I do all sorts of things, especially things involving audio. If I like bump my headset and get it disconnected and reconnected, it crashes. I don't know why it does that. I don't know if it has some sort of issue with like, because I thought it would just like connect directly to VLC and just pull the information from VLC, but I think it might actually be like doing some sort of like weird media thing control that I'm not familiar with. I thought it was just pulling information from VLC, but it might actually be some sort of like wacky media protocol thing, and like I don't need that. So that's like reason number one for me doing the wanting to put the playlist into KT Dash is that Streamlink crashes and it sucks and it only shows the artist name as it stands. I would like for it to also show the album name, but you know, it's whatever. Reason number two is the inconsistent volume, and I'm hoping to just put in like a little volume slider in the actual application and then have that automatically save any changes locally to a JSON database. That would be super cool.
That would be cool.
Another thing, obviously, I didn't actually manage to mention it the last time when I was showing off Titan Blades to Gon and everybody. Whenever I'm on standby screen, the radio will clash with the music in Titan Blades. So
okay, yeah, that makes
being
sense.
able
I've
to
never really
automatically
noticed
duck that, being able to automatically duck that would be nice.
Yeah, that would be good. I mean, I've never really noticed that because your radio is pretty quiet to begin with, but
which is weird because I've definitely boosted the volume when it's on the standby screen, but yeah.
Yeah. I just remember one time I was AFK. I just had my headphones on, and I was like, wow, I could actually hear her music. This kind of rules. And then somebody in chat mentioned your music, and you're like, oh my god, my music is too loud. I need to duck it. And I'm like, god damn it, no.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all.
I think it might have been Amy, but it is what it is.
Hey, you know what? I could make it so that the radio does turn itself a little bit louder if I'm on standby screen, since I'll have it implemented to where it's gonna know what screen I'm on. Wow. Go figure. Anyways. In fact, as it stands, there's going to be a couple of moments in the stream where people are going to be very confused because I'm going to switch over to my standby screen as well as my ending screen to take screenshots of it to get position references for everything. But I do also want to just make sure, first and foremost, that everything that I was setting up before works already out of the box. I do want to kind of look. I wanted to kind of give a trace real quick to make sure. So I do know that OBS Scene Layout Manager is a loader, which means I believe it needs to be added to the loader. It needs to be added as a step to the loader system. I can remember what the fuck that is. Or how the fuck that is. Oh, it needs to be added as like an entry in it. Okay, so I need to go find that then. Load manager. Thankfully, I already have it open. I see. So I just need to add this. Oh wow, I don't have accessibility modifiers on any of these. You can tell that this is old code.
Yeah.
This is the one thing where, like, I've joked before. Hang on. Oh, it's IntelliSense has kind of gotten the idea. I joked before that people have gotten on me for doing single line if statements and saying that, like, oh, that's like against most style guides for most professional whatevers, and I've been like, I don't fucking care. In the terms of accessibility modifiers, I used to not do accessibility modifiers, and I've since changed my opinion on that. I think I actually do prefer having those because it better flags to my brain that this is a member that belongs to the object.
Multi-line if statements are also...
What's that?
Multi-line if statements are also extremely good for debugging purposes, because if you want to see, like, oh, did this if statement get triggered, you can just throw a debugger inside of the if block.
True, but there's a lot of situations where I'm kind of just like, this is a very, very, like, dead simple, this is the only thing that needs to kind of happen here. Where it's like, for example, a lot of, like, sanity checks of, like, you know, if this is null, then create it kind of deals. Those, I'm just like, I don't need to put this in brackets. That's the kind of concept I have for it. There's usually a like justification I can give for why I do something that way. Like, for example, let me see if I can find one that I did recently where I was mentioning the bit. Yeah, basically this right here. Where it's kind of just, like, there's no real reason for me to want to debug this statement because it is very dead simple on what it is. It's making sure the layout dictionary exists and is cleared. It's very simple. It's just,
I just do it because it's a good habit to get into. Although I will use the, I forget what they're called, but like the truncated if statements with the question mark shit all the time. I use those all the time, even though I probably shouldn't. Sure.
No, I use those all the time too. But this isn't a situation where I can use that. But anyways. Right, so I need to go add thing to load manager. I'll just go ahead and make a new line here. This is going to be scene. Oh, that's right, I need the using for it. Oh yeah, scene layouts. The scene layout manager. I'll just call it that. Excuse me. Yeah, man. I miss working alongside you in VC, for sure. Wait. No, you are still here.
I'm still here, sorry. I was just... I'm fucking stupid. Or I'm tired, and that's probably a good excuse, but I was just fucking trying to figure out why my goddamn Steam Deck. I was like, I'm uploading the build to the Steam Deck. Why is it still broken? I thought I just fixed it. What's going on? I didn't actually make a new build.
Oh. Of course.
Very EP. Very sick.
Aren't going to do anything. I have to make sure that this doesn't actually do anything unless I actually go ahead and have it connect to OBS. I might end up making a duplicate of this scene collection in OBS. And then, so that way if I want to revert back to the previous behavior, I'll use the old version of it, and then have the new version be the one where KT dash takes up the entire screen.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, I don't know if you were there when I was demonstrating it before, but like on the way that KT dash works right now is that, for example, on the overlay screen, KT dash only actually accompanies this whole area that the displays sit in, and then on this chatting scene, it also only occupies like the top right space in a similar way, but in a different kind of spacing. such that it's like partially over chat. And then on standby and ending screens, it's the full screen. Whereas when I get this system set up, the idea is going to be that it's going to be the full screen on all screens. And then it just uses the layout system to tell it where to put all of the elements. And that's the idea.
All right.
Okay. With that being said, and decide where it's gonna go. I'll probably still put it before any of the things that have to load from HTTP. So it should be right here, Layout Manager. That should be where I put that. Now it should be hooked up. Keyword should. This is going to be a little bit annoying for stream watchers because in order to test this, I am going to need to switch my OBS scene in real life. In real life, it's on my computer, but you know what I mean.
In real life, according to the computer.
The open broadcasting software in real life.
Yeah.
Although I do need to make sure that I actually link it in the component here. Good. And save. And the idea should be that when I click yes to connect to OBS, I have to remember where that's actually handled at. Might actually be WebSocket Handler. Definitely wouldn't be in WebSocket Messages. Okay, here it is. It'll do initialize OBS socket. Should do that on message on close. Again, I think the funny thing is, I think Restream's dock is actually set up that there is like a whole 5 fucking second delay between messages showing up. So I think that their API is also...
Oh, are you still using
limited.
Restream?
Yeah.
Fascinating. Okay, I didn't realize you were still streaming to YouTube. I knew you were limiting YouTube chat, like you were looking at
Yeah.
it, but
I'm still doing it. So the thing is that,
fair
like,
enough.
VODs on YouTube are just way more watchable than VODs on Twitch, period. Done.
Yeah, but you could just set it up to auto-upload to a YouTube thing. That's what I do.
The problem
I'm
with
lazy
that-
about it, so I do forget sometimes.
The problem with that is that it will upload as a video and not a live. The thing that I like about having it streamed to YouTube and having the VOD save on YouTube automatically is that it's all on a separate channel tab, so that it's separated from like actual standalone
fascinating.
videos that I create.
I
Yeah.
did not know that that was a feature. Okay, I just have a separate channel.
A separate channel is tempting, but like I also feel like that there would just be nothing on the other channel at that point. Because I
No,
still
totally,
don't post
totally.
things often enough on the other channel. I do need to get back into it, but yeah.
That feature does actually make a lot of sense. That makes me interested in checking that out at some point. But
Yeah. So I believe...
oh, good, the build's done. Let's see if I could upload it to the Steam Deck properly. upload.
Aha, yeah. I remember this because I was saying, like, oh, that would cause a null reference exception in the current release of the thing. Because I wrote this line here referencing the scene layout manager, but I didn't actually create the scene layout manager. So if I ever clicked on the yes button in the current release of the overlay, it would just error out. Probably wouldn't crash, but it wouldn't be happy, I think. In general, leaving null reference exceptions in Unity is always kind of dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. Although, do you when you make builds, do you separate between? I don't know how it works normally because I don't usually make builds from the build window anymore. But do you usually make debug builds or like release builds or?
It tends to be release builds, I want to say. If I go look at my own build settings, this is the build settings I'm normally using for KT Dash, so
Okay.
I don't see the check mark on developer build or development build.
Yeah, okay. 99% of the builds I make are debug builds, and one of the features that debug builds has is that I don't know if it's on by default. I use my company's build tools that checks a bunch of shit that does stuff for me. But debug builds will just show you errors in the console. It'll just like put the console up on the screen and give you errors from it, which is a really useful feature. However, it does seem to confuse the shit out of my client, who is like, oh no, there's errors, we need to fix them before release. And it's like, no, the game works, it's fine, we can have errors. It happens sometimes, it's okay.
Oh, yeah. Because, fucking Jack Schmidt constantly complains whenever breakable objects play sound effects.
Mm-hmm.
Because the object gets disabled afterwards. So I understand that a lot. Enemies.
Yeah. Please wait. Okay. I swear to God, it takes longer to upload a build to Steam Deck than it does to, like, make a build.
I think it's annoying that, another one that I see all the time, that's really annoying, and it really shouldn't be an error, it should just be a warning. Message has no receiver. That should not be an error, that should be a warning. Like, full stop.
Message has no receiver in what
Unity.
context? When does it trigger?
Broadcast message or send message.
Oh, I've literally never used that once in my entire life.
Understandable. So you know how, like, start and update are technically Unity messages, right? As in, they're private, private methods, but they're accessed by the reflection system.
Yeah,
you
I
can
just looked
also
at the
just
docs.
call that yourself, and you can call literally any private method, as long as it's kind of a supported Unity format that you can that Unity knows how to call it, basically.
Yeah, I'm looking at the thing.
It's good for like the component format.
Shouldn't you just be able to change the send message options to don't require a receiver?
Wait. Hold on.
If you don't want to see an error.
Is that actually a thing?
I think so.
Huh.
So, yeah, by default it's require receiver, so if it... I mean, I guess that makes sense why there is an error if there isn't a receiver.
I feel like that should be default behavior to have that off. You would think.
It's probably old.
But yes, in that case, yes, that is absolutely a thing that I should be doing.
Alright, moment of truth.
Yeah,
well,
I do use it for damage responses a lot of the time. When I have like render components or whatever that I want to respond to damage or to the death of something.
Interesting. Okay, I've never used that once in my life, but that's fair. It's probably a useful tool.
Yeah. It is, you know, like, concerning because it can call basically anything, including private functions. But it is very useful for the sort of component-based structure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That Unity is kind of built around. And it is very good for, like, fire and forget and future-proofing of, like, there are things I want these objects to do when certain triggers happen, and I don't want to have to hard-code those behaviors into one component. I want there to be a number of components that do things when such and such a thing happens. And there are other ways of building that, but that's a very fire and forget kind of system where I don't have to do any sort of, like, commitment sort of situations. I think the
as
long as the component is there, it'll work type deal.
Yeah, and I think the standard good practice way would just be to, like, set up an interface or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel you. If is interface. Oh, Pogger, I got rid of the fucking error messages too.
That does still require, like, components to find each other, and because, like, the way that you would have to do that is that the one component that's going to quote unquote send the message needs to be aware of the components that it needs to send the message to. So either it needs to loop through the list of components on the object, and also anytime there are new components added to the object, for example, it would need to figure it out. Or, you know, for example, in the case of ragdolls, where there might also be objects in the hierarchy that need to be updated, it also comes in handy. That kind of thing. It would have... There's always going to be some sort of commitment to that. And the idea of send message and broadcast message is a low commitment version of that.
Yeah, that is useful. That is a good tool.
It is a thing where, like, if I'm not super worried about the performance of it, it's very useful to do that, especially if it's just the one object doing it. Whereas, you know, if I do need a bunch of objects to do that sort of messaging, at that point, there is definitely a preference for setting it up the proper way. So yeah. Okay, so going over this in my head,
Excuse me.
I think we are at the point where I can start testing this. And everybody's going to be confused because I'm going to be moving back and forth in scenes on my OBS again. And it's going to beep at me because of that. I should actually set something up to where, like, the testing version doesn't do all of its functions, because otherwise it's going to duplicate everything, but oh well. But I'm going to need to actually open this up on the scene. Now, doesn't seem to have moved everything already. I thought that it would have. With first scene request, when does first scene request run? Yeah, on identified. It actually does run the get current program scene too, which will return display W overlay. The thing is... It set the currently known scene, but it did not actually, like, perform on layout changed. I should have it do transition ending parity check instead. To just automatically set it up. I'm gonna do that. This will instead call transition ending parity check. That way it should automatically apply that first scene layout. Get another warning sound. You'd think I would just go and actually go fill out the Trusted Raiders list so it stops me giving that sound. Speaking of Trusted Raiders list, I do need to set it up to have the default be at 0 minutes instead of 3 minutes for follower-only mode. Twitch has added some extra security stuff to where new follower notifications.
Sorry, I just realized I was muted, but yeah, sorry, keep going.
New follower notifications are completely blocked on Twitch's end if the account is a certain age. You can configure that. Or the account is not allowed to follow if it's a certain age, and it also doesn't have like certain verified systems such as
Oh, did they add that?
Yeah.
Oh.
They're just straight up not allowed to follow if their account is too young.
Wait, sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't. Why is it giving me football anyway?
Football?
Yeah, no, I go on. I went on Twitch, and on the main page, it gave me fucking football.
Huh.
Football.
Football.
Anyway, the fuck was I saying? When you say account age or whatever, do you mean the age of the account or the age of the person?
Age of the account. Hang on, I'll go pull it up.
Okay.
Let's see if we can find it. Follower verification.
Where is that?
It is in the gear moderation.
Moderation. Settings moderation. Okay, I see this.
Yeah. It is in channel privileges section, follower verification. Email verification, all users must have a verified email to follow. Phone verification, users without a verified phone number can only follow with accounts older than, and I currently have it set to 1 week.
Oh, I didn't even know you could set that anymore. Okay, that's really useful.
Yeah, that's the new one. Is you can set a timeline for it.
I used to have it so that phone number verification is off, but 1 week it's very good, very good, very good.
It used to be that the only thing that we had was chat verification, but now they've added that to followers specifically. Also, I do notice that we did already get some things have moved over. Now, there is one issue I do notice. So if I actually go ahead and switch over to chatting scene, let's see what this looks like. Aha, it did work. So the thing is, I can't show people what this looks like because if I switch to the gameplay scene, it's gonna switch back to the gameplay scene on the application, unfortunately. But I am noticing the combo meter from Morgie Combos does not cull, because the way that it works is that it slides on screen. Hang on, let me go back to gameplay scene and show this off. This right here. This is still visible off screen, which means that I think if I have it here, yeah, so you guys can't see it, but it's visible in the display. So I'm gonna need to make sure I add a mask to that, I believe. I'm gonna need to add a mask to that so that it doesn't show up off screen like that. I believe in order to do that, excuse me, I think all I need is mask, and I think I actually need like an image. Don't show mask graphic. I think that's what I need. Let me go ahead and add these to the prefab now. Can't apply add a component image because it depends on canvas render. Wait, what?
Sorry, I was writing something for work. What was this thing happening? What's going on?
I didn't realize that canvas render was... Even though this is a canvas object? Okay.
What's the problem with it?
Oh, it wasn't letting me add image to the prefab because canvas render had to be added to the prefab, but I don't remember canvas render being required. Well, I guess it is. Huh. Okay,
Yeah,
weird.
it is.
I thought you only needed that on the root object.
Nope, you need it on everything.
Huh. I can't believe it. It's like, it's been this long. I've been working with Unity this long, and I've never noticed it.
Yeah, it usually just adds itself automatically, so it's not something you ever really notice.
But now I believe it should now just automatically cull it whenever it's... Oh, I'm gonna need to adjust that though, I just noticed, because like the top of this is barely clipping into it. So I'm gonna need to modify that a little bit. Oh, no.
Well,
It's fucking anchored there. The problem is, I think it's working off of an animation. So I think the animation needs to be modified. Unless the animation doesn't actually key. Oh, actually, no, yeah, the animation only keys the anchor position .x. I think I can just modify the .y to fix it. Meow. Saying your profile, Phantom. How are you doing?
Alert.
And of course, I'm getting thrown cheese at the moment you join in. Why are you like this? Yeah, actually, here so you can see this. See that? Oh, here. Okay. Might just actually change the anchor to the center like this, and then I'm just going to increase the height of this like that. And that should look better. Alright.
oh my god. I was just playing with the cat's toy to stim with a little bit, and she just popped her head out underneath multiple layers of blankets from my bed. I did not even know she was in my room.
She is infiltrated.
She has been watching me for so long.
Can I do a... I can do a Morty combo here. Good. Alright, so I want to see if I switch over to chatting scene. That does actually just completely disappear off the side.
You know what? I'm gonna give the cat a treat if she deserves it.
Okay, cool. That works a lot better now. Cool. Wonder if there's anything else that needs to be updated off the top of my head. Out of curiosity, I feel like I already did this on the Streamlert container. I did already do that on the Streamlert container. It's already got a mask here. Good.
Oh, hey, display name. Welcome, welcome.
Shut it. I'm going to bite you. It's annoying. The WebSocket closing still generates an error, even though it's an intentional WebSocket closure. So right. I just, like, every time I close the application, I see an error down there. That's going to be annoying.
Hello, Miss Pumpkin.
But overall, I think that is all I need to do for that system. This should be ready to go. I just need to do all of the other scenes for it. So I'm going to confuse everybody because I'm going to switch to my standby scene, then I'm going to switch to my end scene. I am not ending stream. I am just getting my screenshots. I think I might also... I might also need to do regeneration, although I might just copy the settings for regeneration from one of the other full screen ones. In fact, as it stands, I think what I'm going to end up doing is just whatever positions these have are probably going to be the positions that they have on the standby screens, I think. That might just be what I end up doing. I think I don't actually need to move anything. Yeah, I think I actually don't need to do that. I'll just... I won't actually confuse anybody. I will not confuse anybody today. So I think everything can actually just be in their default positions. I can actually just go through each of these, see what their normal values are. So, like, yeah, XP animation is still going to be in 0, 0, but I am going to change it to scale 1.0. Timers can go where they currently are, which is 640 and negative 720. Stream alert container. That does go 0, 0. Cool. But again, these are going to be changed to 1 scale, you know?
Alright, gamer. I just punched out of work. I'm gonna go grab food. I'll probably hop off for now, because I'll hang out with people.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you have a good day. Have a good rest of your stream. Mwah!
Okay.
See ya.
Good night.
Bye.
Well, let me give a shout out to you as well. Everybody go look at Shiny Olivia. She's pretty, and she also does game dev stuff. She doesn't do it often on stream, but she does do some cool stuff on stream for sure. The monkey combo counter. Where does that normally go? That normally goes 0, negative 360. Show Morgie normally goes in the center of the screen. 640, negative 360. I can't tab because this is a JSON file. Show Morgie small normally goes 1248, 688. And there, redeem toast container. Normally goes 1280, negative 720. Which is the same place I have it there. Alright. That's the standby screen. And then I do end screen. We'll have the same positions. And I think regeneration is also going to have the same positions. Make sure I'm spelling that correctly. I believe I am. Cool, cool. So now those will all move around depending on what scene I'm on. Awesome. I think that is basically... So, this is feature complete, but I obviously can't push it right now. And when I do push it, I am going to need to, as I declared before, I need to set up a separate scene collection. You know, that changes the sizing for the window. But, whilst I'm here, I'm definitely going to at least push all of that onto the Git repository for it. This is all changed. This prefab has been changed. And the scene has been changed. I guess that's actually it. Yes, we added the mask to that. I think none of these other elements need masks on them. Just push that to origin. Now that we have that as a commit, we can now revert this if needed. We have the baseline, so if I do start working on something else, this would be a good spot for me to do a new branch from this. So do a new branch, and this is going to be called playlist. I think I want to work on playlist next. Technically speaking, I should also be working on a new branch for the new XP system, but by the way, in case people were wondering, because Gon was talking about this earlier, and like, you know, the current XP system is very strongly inspired by Titanfall, and it's going to remain in that sort of the sort of idea of like you do things to level up the redeems, and when you level up the redeems, it gives you pilot XP. That concept's still going to stick around, but I'm going to refine it into a system that is a little bit more granular. So instead of it being like, you know, you need 10 pilot XP to level up, instead it's going to be like 1,000. And then that way I can do better numbers that I can kind of fine-tune to be a little bit more functional. In a system that's hopefully going to make a little bit more sense. Not to mention that way, you know, the idea is going to be that, you know, before the way that it worked was that, like, redeems were always, they always needed, like, 3 to 5 XP, or 2 to 5 XP to level up. And then when they leveled up, they gave a certain number of pilot XP that was dependent on the cost of the redeem. Whereas now, the way it's going to work is that they're always going to give the same amount of XP when they level up, but each use of it is going to give a different amount of XP for the item, and then it'll level up more frequently, depending on the cost of the redeem. That's kind of the plan that I'm going to move towards. But for now, I want to work on the playlist thing, just because I want that to stop being a problem. Integrated playlist. And then also, if I have any other issues with the layout system, I'll be able to do that on main branch, or fix those issues on main branch, while still working on this here. So, I need to figure out how to do... I know how to do loading of files into memory in Unity, but what I want to do is learn how to stream files into Unity. Or to load files as stream. Because the thing is that, like, normally I have to do them using a web request to a local file system, which is very jank. It's just as jank as it sounds, but also I worry that that means that I can't necessarily stream them properly. So we're going to be doing some research to begin with. In fact, actually, I'm going to do a Google real quick. Unity stream local file. Local audio file. Not what I want to do. The class one set to stream from disk isn't that bad, but you won't get very accurate playback. Weird. But yeah, at the same time, I could just make it I may just eat the memory cost of having them loaded into memory. I think that might be what I end up having to do. So basically still doing the Demo handler audio clip. Stagnant this guy content. But I can potentially just still do this and just eat the memory cost, I think. The idea is going to be that I only ever really need to load 2 at a time, and we're just going to like dynamically load these when necessary, I think. But then again, it might be... It might be a little costly, because it might... I don't know exactly how Unity handles loading audio clips from a Unity web request. Honestly, at some point, there is a good chance that I may just end up creating some sort of external application that creates a audio stream that this application then loads. No, I do not want a resource for this. Audio type.audio queue. Wait. Hold on. UI request multimedia. Here, this is where I need to be looking into. Get audio clip. Because there's OGG Vorbis, is what it shows here. But looking at audio type, it's audio queue. iPhone hardware decoder. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. iPhone hardware decoder? Why is that using that? That is the end of the documentation for this audio queue, audio type. Let's see if I can Google that specifically. Audio type, audio queue. See if there's any references here. Not sure. I should try going back to Unity, reload audio stream. I think this is exactly what I was looking at before. I don't want that. This is just downloading something that's done. I need something that's streaming, I think. This person's streaming audio via WebSocket from IBM Watson TTS. That's complicated. Oh boy, this has 0 answers. Wait. Read this thread, there's a solution to stream into audio clip. Which actually I'm gonna pull this over here. Because the main thing that I'm hoping to avoid here is avoiding the performance cost of loading a audio clip at runtime. Because I think the program's going to end up hitching if I do that. I think. Comma think. As it stands, like, when I load... Do I have, like, all of the musics in the temp version of Titan Blades? I think I do. When does it load Titan Blades music? And how do we load Titan Blades music? Wait. Where indeed? I know that, go look at Sound Redeem Manager. We do load sound redeems. Do we have a progress on this? None of them are very long, though, but... Yeah, where do we load the, Titan Blades music? That's what I want to know. Target audio source. Damn it, there's a fly in my room and it's bugging me. Oh, we load and play music dynamically in Titan Blades. Really? Do we actually do that? Yeah, huh. Wait a minute. I've never noticed a hitch when I play Titan Blades, right? I've never noticed it hitch when I play Titan Blades. The last I checked. Let me actually see if I can Google specifically Unity Web Request Multimedia Performance. Wait, you can add this line before to send one web request. Download handler audio clip. Download handler dot stream audio equals true. Download handler audio clip. Hold on. Oh! Oh. Okay. I guess I can't actually just stream audio. Huh. Okay, hang on. Is there more information about this? Creates an audio clip that can begin playback without needing the whole file to be downloaded. After starting the download, you must perform checks to determine that enough of your file has downloaded before attempting playback. To do this, poll Unity Web Request downloaded bytes to calculate an average download speed. Only begin playback after your checks confirmed. The remainder of the file will finish downloading before the playback of your audio clip finishes. Stream audio is true, it supersedes compression. Download handler creates an audio clip similar to an input clip with load type audio clip load type that's streaming. Oh. I mean, as it stands, I was looking at this other thing here. I get between 50 milliseconds, 100 milliseconds spikes on the load frames. This is honestly acceptable for something that shows up every now and then. It's probably not actually going to kill my computer all that much. Especially if just adding the stream audio flag is going to make it better. Yeah. This person saying this today went from 200 milliseconds to none. This flag is required for loading in the local file smoothly. Okay. Now I know. Now I know. As it stands, though, again, as it stands, I haven't, like, had my computer fucking lock up the moment I load Titan Blades. I've never seen that before. So I think this is a solid option. But honestly, I should make sure that it's always going to do that, honestly. But I don't want to change that in this branch, though. I want to change that in main branch. So I think for now, I'm just going to make sure that I put that into my Trello for it. I am still logged in. Good. To do. Music should be set to screaming to minimize CPU impact. Labels, Titan blades. I'll do that eventually. Okay. So now, I'm actually going to go ahead and unpin all the stuff we were doing with OBS WebSockets. So I think we're solid with that. And now I want to work on music. I do also want to see, there is one more thing I need to do. I need to figure out if I can get Unity to respond to media keys. Granted, the one annoying thing is that I'm going to need to make sure that if I am going to use media keys for in KT Dash, I'll need to also like make sure that stuff is cleared out of VLC anytime I use that, because otherwise I'm going to get a nasty surprise. Unless I just tie it to... I could just tie it to a an F23 key function. I might just do that, actually. As it stands, I recently added something to those. I don't remember what it is. Something is using one of my F keys, and I don't remember what I set that to exactly. Oh, you know what? It was on another scene, or on another scene collection in OBS. I'm using an extended function key to set game capture to current window. But I might go ahead and get rid of that potentially. I do think so. If I go ahead and I need to go look up the tool for my little sister keyboard. Where do I have that again? Yeah, that's right. I think it's in your downloads. Cellular device tool. This. Click. This is what I use to configure my little sideboard. A while ago, I replaced my keyboard finally, but like I needed to replace my keyboard with something that would have like I had a specific list of requirements for my keyboard, and unfortunately finding a keyboard that meets that list of requirements is nigh impossible these days. That's that I wanted extra macro keys. And I wanted them specifically to be on the side of the keyboard, not just, like, up somewhere. And granted, the old keyboard had macro keys on the side and macro keys up. And that was actually good. Because then I could have certain program shortcuts on that upper set of keys. Which is actually what these F16 through F21 goes through to an auto hotkey script that launches programs. I believe if I do this, I have to click edit script. Really? You don't just detect the fact that I have Notepad++? I'm gonna have to browse for it. Notepad. Where the fuck is Notepad++? Hold on. Well, it's in x86 program files. That's news to me. I thought it was 64-bit. There we go. See, I have GIMP on there. I have OBS on there. I have GitHub on there. 19 and 20 currently empty. And then 21 opens Notepad. And then recently, I've added F22, F23, F24 to these keys. This key right here actually does my ears. It puts my ears into the alert state. That's what the purpose of that one is. The key next to it, this one, is for snippets in here. So I can do my component referencer snippet. And then this one is calculator. Boom, calculator. It popped up on my other screen, but you get the idea. I'm always using my calculator for a lot of things. I already had a calculator open over here, actually. But, you know, I can't... You can never have too many calculators, I think. Sometimes you just need 15 calculators open. And then I recently added... the F24 ends up being used for setting a game capture on one of my other OBS scene collections to current open window. I think I can't do that and also have it set to a specific window, and I prefer doing that for my streaming setup. I do this specifically for my testing setup as well as my recording only setup. When I'm just recording like clips or whatever in Call of Duty, which I don't actually do anymore because I have gotten so sick of trying to play Call of Duty seriously. It's bad. I just hate the community so bad, so much, that it just is no longer fun. But I can use F22 and F23, so these two keys are free for me to set as, like, you know, play, pause, or stop. Or one of these could be, like, play/stop, and one of these could be, like, temporary mute. Although play, pause, I think, works better for that. So I can have Unity respond to F22, F23 globally, and that could work. However, several things need to happen. First, number one, I think, actually, if I remember right, so if you saw me earlier, when I was testing the application here, once it is done loading Morgie posts, if I press the M key, that shows a Morgie. Now, if I make it such that this application responds to those keys globally, I don't know whether or not the release application is going to do it. Now, the thing is, if I go in here and press M, it does not work. So, actually, I have set it up such that the release application doesn't have this debug key. I think this only works if I'm running it from editor. So now I know that. But I do still want to make sure. So I actually want to see if I can Control F. I don't know where that's handled. It might actually be handled in Morgie. Show Morgie redeem. If Unity editor, that's how it's handled. If input.getKeyDown, keycode.m. So, the question is, can I get it to respond to a key code globally? That's the question. Let's do some research. Let's go look at input. Interface into the input system. Mobile devices, I don't care. So the question is, what would be the right way to get this to respond to something? Globally. It's either a name or a key code. Okay. Let me actually go see if there is a setting for it, a player setting. Not going to be rendering. Configuration. No, not active input handling. Compilation. Optimization. No. This doesn't help me. How do I get this to respond to key presses in the background? That is the question. I know for a fact it's doable because here's the thing, VTube Studio is in Unity. Unity respond to key press in background. Caption keyboard input while running in background. What the fuck? This can't be what's necessary. Hooking into... what? No way. you need a set Windows Hook EX? There's gotta be a simpler way of doing that. It's also answer 2016. These are all old posts. I've gotta know how the fuck it's done, because again, VTube Studio does this. Why am I just getting a bunch of "it's just not possible" when it's really just right fucking there? It's right fucking there. Look at this. Wait, hold on, what? Look at this. It's doing it. Also accidentally launched GitHub or GIMP 15 times. Please go away. It's working right there. I don't want to have to add an entire package to this. I mean, worst case scenario, if I really have to, I guess I can just focus the window in order to do that, but no, that's... Fuck. Damn it. Try search not in focus. How do I take the path? No, that's 2013. Unfortunately, input system settings doesn't have anything. Because I'm not using the updated input system, and this application does not need the updated input system. period dot. This is actually... So then how the fuck does VTube Studio do it? VTube Studio isn't open source, right? Oh wait, no, maybe it is. Hang on. This is API development page. This probably isn't it. Out of curiosity, if I just go ahead and go over here, click this. Unfortunately, you guys aren't going to be able to see this. Use keyboard hotkeys. Toggling this doesn't seem to give any sort of like warning or whatever. So that does not give me any sort of hint as to what is going on here and how these guys are able to do it. So I have no fucking clue. I'll also go ahead and throw a message out to Olivia to see if she has any input on this. She's been out for a bit. Off the top of your head, do you know how to get the Unity application to respond to keyboard hotkeys while not focused? Or actually, in the background. She'll know what I mean by in the background better than while not focused. Because I know BTS does it, but Googling just gives me a bunch of packages that I don't want to have to install into this app. See if Olive has any idea about that. So let me clear my other Discord notifications, so I'll hopefully know when she responds. If she's available. I'm not even sure if she's available, honestly. Also, excuse me, gas. This is honestly hurting my brain a little too much. I think I might not be able to fully focus today, unfortunately. I at least, you know, finished up the function that I was hoping to do. But whether or not it's actually going to be all that useful is another question. Let's take your purple code, kid. How are you doing? Understandable. Sorry, my brain is currently melting out of the sides of my head because I don't know how to do
Headpass
this.
incoming.
Headpass though. Yeah. Thank you, Headpass. Big power took up even more channel points bar discussing. Yeah, I hate it. I'm tired of it. Wonder if Twitch ever responded. Hang on, I'm gonna get distracted. Did Twitch ever fucking respond to the moral panic about bits banning VTubers? I still think is potentially just a sampling bias issue. Go to Twitter. Imagine maybe Twitch support might say something about it. Our team are aware of some issues with purchases. Thank you for your reports. We'll be sure to keep you updated here. The team has now resolved these issues. They have said absolutely nothing about it, I think. No, doesn't look like there's any information or any resolving. I think people are still fucking banned for this. Let's see if I can like search anything about this. Apparently, a lot of this was happening on the 23rd, and that message about there were problems with purchases was 26th. But I don't see any I don't see anything about things getting fixed specifically for the fraudulent bits thing situation. Check replies from Twitch support. Oh, wait, no, okay, so there is a message here. We've received several reports of these accidental suspensions. These have now been reverted by the appropriate team. They'll be following up with affected users via their accounts associated email with additional information. Responded to someone who doesn't look to be a VTuber. Or maybe they are a VTuber. Kind of hard to tell. Oh, this one, actually. Okay, I think they did fix things. They just didn't make a public post about it. They replied to certain people about it. And apparently people are still getting their payments frozen, too. See, running backgrounds checked. Oh, I didn't actually see that you posted something. Sorry. Running background is checked, but so far I'm seeing a lot of... So, like, for example, I think, I've got the... I can at least show off, once this loads. So, like, there is a debug key, where I press M and it shows more keys, but if I, like, refocus on something else and press M, that doesn't work. I'm assuming that that carries over to the application. Granted, this button doesn't work on the application anyways because it's set up to only run in editor anyways. But generally speaking, it is set to run in background. It's always set to run in background. Otherwise, it would not be fucking working. And if I did a Morgie right now, that would not work if it was the case. The problem is that as far as I can tell, most people are saying that Unity is designed to not take inputs when it's not focused. But the thing is that, again, I know for a fact that VTube Studio works. Because I have a button that does the, I pressed the wrong fucking button again. I have a button that makes my ears go up and down. And that works globally. I don't know how to do that in this. And, yeah, again, VTube Studio uses, is Unity. It boots up with the fucking Unity thing. Stack Overflow page on raw input. Olivia, I don't want to have to import another thing. Also, I accidentally opened up GIMP again. I banged my macro panel. I don't want to have to put another package into the project. That's the whole reason I'm hoping to do this with normal code. And also, I didn't mean to actually have my ears up. In fact, if anything, they should have been down. I don't want to have to import another package. Yeah, that's the thing. And again, the real question is, like, I wish I could just find out how VTube Studio does it. And just do what VTube Studio does. That would be the easiest thing. But of course, VTube Studio isn't fully open source. The API is open source, but the rest of the program isn't. So I have no idea how they do that. I can also look up, just out of curiosity, you need to respond to media keys. Oh, look, it's a link to Unity raw input! I'm just gonna flag this under... I'll look it up later to see if raw input solves it. But I don't want to have to do implementation of a new package on stream today. I didn't want to do that on stream today. I just wanted to fucking make a little playlist thing. I mean, I could also just make a little playlist thing. I have the idea of how it's gonna work. But I have to make sure that it...
Headpats incoming.
I think I do want to. I did tell myself that I want to reward myself with a full auction not included stream on Friday if I can work for the entirety of this Thursday. I'm not using Rare, no. The whole point is that I was like avoiding having to put any of those kinds of packages because this isn't a game. This is an application used for a overlay on my stream, and so I want to keep it as lightweight and non-bloated as possible. You know, of course, if I wanted to say that, then I could switch it over to Godot. You're right. It really should be in Godot at this point, if I want this to be a lightweight application. But that involves porting everything over. At some point I need to do it in Godot instead, but I don't want to do that today. I'm trying to ease myself back into development work. And I do want to learn more Godot. I want to learn Godot better and just, like, put up with the issues that I have with Godot. Just push past them. Because I absolutely should be able to just push past the issues I have with Godot. But I don't want to be doing that today. I'm shaking off my rust, and when I shake off my rust, I don't want to have to challenge myself that hard. I just want to get things done, is the thing. I think Unity raw input is gonna end up being the package that I'm going to need. Wrapper over Windows raw input API to hook for the native input event. response. Allows receiving input events even when using applications in the background not in focus. It will only work on Windows platform. Only keyboard and mouse input is detected. This is probably going to be the best I can do. Now the question is whether or not this will respond to F13 through 24. Because the plan is to use F13 through 24. But specifically 22 and 23, because those are my free keys right now. Because I believe this is using 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah. Those are the 22 and 23 are the ones that I have free. Because technically speaking, F19 is being used as Discord mute. Currently, F20 actually gets used as the prox chat mute in Minecraft. And then 24 was being used on one of my other OBS scenes to set game capture to currently open window or focused window or focused application or whatever. And so therefore 22 and 23 are the ones that are open and not bound to anything at the moment. I want to be able to use 22 and 23 or the F keys because I still want the media keys to control VLC preferably, and then be able to use those keys separately so that I can use VLC for whatever, and then when I'm going to end stream or whatever, I press the button to specifically mute the radio. That would be the idea. I think for now I want to focus on getting the media player. So I need to review the overall, structure of this. In theory, the idea is going to be that it's not going to need to load every single music file at once. It's just going to dynamically load them, similar to what Titan Blades does already. I found out that, Titan Blades actually just loads them on demand and just disposes of them before. I was worried before that doing that would cause hitching, but apparently it takes that like a champ. I've seen reports online that it takes a certain bit of timing for it, 100 to 200 milliseconds, 50 to 200 milliseconds actually is the range I was seeing. However, apparently using the streaming flag on the download handler should avoid that. In theory. And that's obviously what I would want to do. I want these to be streaming audio clips anyways, so that probably works out well. State Purples in the name. How are you doing? So that's all already kind of figured out. So I just need to kind of build up the infrastructure for this. I need to kind of figure out what the, what it's going to look like. I need to figure out the components that I need for it. So I think the primary thing is that there's going to be an audio. I'm actually going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to BRB. Good. Okay, sorry for the wait. I also decided to go and refill my water. Okay, I should probably leave the voice channel since I've been stuck in that for a while. Okay. So here's the other thing, is that, what I might actually end up doing is, where's Titan Blade's canvas? There's this music info display. This is used for the Titan Blades thing. Maybe you can hide timers. This is used for the Titan Blades music. I might try and reuse this. Which is also uses this audio bar graph script, which is actually genericized because I also use it. Where is it? Is it actually here? It is, audio bar graph. I actually also use it for the redeems. You know, whenever we do a sound alert, such as we do Uncle Phil.
Uncle Phil, you got to kick that man's
butt!
butt!
It has little visualizer bars. That's actually a generic script that I've genericized for use with both that and also Titan Blades music. This also has a thing that gives an artist name and the name of the track that is playing, and also has a little spinning disc. I might just take this object right here, this music info display that's normally used for the Titan Blades thing, and just repurpose it as the radio. Because as it stands, when whenever I actually get around to implementing this playlist player, I'm gonna want to basically mute that playlist whenever Titan Blades shows up. So I could just make it so that this gets replaced with that. Or just like change it over, basically. So I just, you know, rework this script or potentially make a new script that uses a lot of this functionality, but uses it for that. And I could also set it up such that I need to make it so that audio bar graph itself needs two new functions. Number one, it needs a function that allows it to dynamically change the audio source it is listening to. Number one. Number two, I am actually probably going to need to set it up such that it can average between two audio sources. Because if I want to do crossfading, I'm gonna need to use two audio sources for that. I don't think I can manage individual instances of a sound playing on an audio source. Last I checked. I can do some research real quick to find out, but last I checked, I don't think I can do that. Let's go look up our audio source. See, the volume of the audio source. Facebook asks, time on the absolute timeline, the audio settings dictates the time it's scheduled. Interesting. I'll have to keep this in mind when I do background music in other games that I'm working on. Set schedule end time, set schedule start time. Really? Huh. Interesting. Oh, also, I just noticed this. Play on gamepad. Enable playing of audio source through a specific gamepad. Interesting. Wonder what that actually supports. Play one shot, returns a void. If audio source clip is set to the same clip that is playing, it will sound like it is restarted. Audio source will assume any play call will have a new audio play. Yes, I think in general, if I want to do crossfading, I might need multiple audio sources. Which then requires me to do some math with multiple audio sources, I think. That's probably going to be how I end up having to do that. Wow. What's audio renderer? No, that's not what I want. There's audio listener. You only have one listener in a scene, so that's not gonna do what I was hoping. Where I could like filter it to certain things. So I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to make them add up between two sources. So I'm going to need to figure out how the fuck to do that. Um. So let's go ahead and find audio bar graph. I have to remember how the fuck I did this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. We have an audio source that gets spectrum data. Uh-huh. This gives us an array of 512 floats.
Alert.
On
Dairy
channel
projectile
1.
incoming.
Ah, Phantom. Sangry Protocol. Or no, you've been here. Why are you throwing a cheese slice at me? I'm trying to focus. You think I could
Reminder to maintain
just...
hydration levels.
Okay, I'll hydrate. Thankfully, I just refilled my water. Hold on, I'm gonna try this. So, we're gonna add secondary audio source. And then we do if secondary audio source we're actually just going to do and I don't know why I had this boolean here. Doesn't seem like I do anything else with it. For now, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to create another thing. Second audio data. So you're going to do new float. Audio sample resolution. And then secondary audio source. Get spectrum data. Second audio data. Channel 1. Now that I think about it, you know what I should probably do? I need to normalize these. I need to update this to normalize between the two channels, because otherwise it's only going to one channel, I think. And I should really have it check both channels and normalize between them. Because otherwise, sounds that are only in the right channel are going to be, like, not represented on the visualizer. And I should probably have them visualized. I think I'm probably gonna be doing. Phantom, how long have you been here? How long have you been following the Katon channel for? This is C#. It's in Unity. That's what we've been doing this in. For 4 fucking years. Actually 3 years, but you're close enough. It's about to be 4 years, actually, but yeah. I've been a Unity C C# dev for 3.5. Well, okay, I've been a Unity C# dev for a lot longer, but in terms of like the Katon channel, we've been doing Unity stuff for 3 years. Windows handing is what I was using. I still don't know what FFT window even means, but this is what I was using before, so we're just gonna go off of that. Is it possible for me to do, like, audio source? Get spectrum data. Is there an overload that lets me... This is obsolete. I don't think there's a implementation of this that is normalized. So I think if I want to normalize the... Also, I forgot to close this and close that. So if I'm gonna have to do the normalization myself. For now, I'm just going to establish them as 2 separate arrays. Just because I'm not sure... Actually, no, wait. No, I think I can do, like... Can I do an array of arrays? A jagged array? No, like that. I can do that, right? Yeah, thanks for going back on Lurk. Or actually, you were kind of already on Lurk, but yeah. Out of curiosity, get spectrum data. Here it's actually on channel 0. So I'd imagine it's actually probably 0 first, then 1. I'm actually going to go ahead and do a 3rd channel in the audio data. And hang on. copy this declaration. Secondary audio source. Secondary audio source. And then both of these are going to be second audio data. I'm going to make a private static method real quick. Private static void normalize channels. Specify in a float jagged array And so the way we're going to do it is that the third element of this jagged array is going to be the normalized part. Actually, hang on. Float array normalized data equals a new array of floats using audio data 0, channel 0's length as the data. And we'll set channel 2 to that, but after we do the things. In fact, we're actually going to go ahead and do int resolution equals audio data 0.length. Also, thank you for the lurk, Gam. I'm gone. And I believe we do a for loop here, length being resolution. And we basically go normalized data, or actually, first let's do float. No, we can do this in one line, I think. So I think all we really need is audio data channel 0 I plus audio data channel 1 I divided by 2. I think that's it. Now what I do down here is normalize channels, audio data, and then then here we use audio data channel 2, because that's the normalized part. But before we do that, if we have a secondary audio source, you know what we're gonna do? We smash them together. Watch this, we smash them together. We do a for loop. Length is audio sample resolution. And then what we do is audio data. I might need to do this twice. Hang on. Actually, wait, you know what would be easier? You know what would be an easier thing to do? We'll normalize channels here. Normalize channels here, and then we'll also do normalize, we'll call normalize channels on second audio data here, so that that's also done, and that way all we have to do is we actually just smash them into the original audio data. I think we can actually do even plus equals. So audio data to I plus equals second audio data to I. I think that works. And then boom. We've got it. That's it. I think that's all we need. Now I'm gonna go do some research on FFT window. Yeah, so this is definitely costing us because it's using cosine over pi. We could simplify it. We actually don't care about leakage of signals across frequency bands because this is a visualizer. It probably looks better with leakage across frequency bands, honestly. I can also go ahead and just start testing this stuff. I do actually want to change these to rectangulars. That way we have faster performance of that. Not that I think the performance was really all that bad before, but just improve things. So now I should have normalized volumes. Let's go see if we can... Oh, what's that? Why? What? Huh? What failed? Why is that null? that should not be null. Oh, if is playing. Okay, that's what's going on. Okay. Shit. Wait a minute. Wait a fucking second. Wait a fucking second. Audio visualizer update. It has a null check here. Okay. I guess. Audio data is null, or audio data, the element is null, then I guess just fucking short circuit. Fucking I guess. There. Cool. No more air wars. I need to turn Titan Blade's free play on in the thing. I mean, I can also just do...
Uncle Phil, you got to kick that man's butt!
That honestly looks better, I think. Let me do that again. I can actually compare it.
Uncle Phil, you got to kick that man's butt!
Yeah? Looks better, honestly. I do this.
One!
Neat, neat.
Danger.
Yeah. Well, that actually does look even better there. Because of those modifications. So yeah. So that's just straight up better. Cool. So we've now did that. I'm gonna make that its own commit. Added stereo normalization to audio visualizer. Cool. I am vaguely surprised that that hasn't been done sooner. That I didn't do that to begin with, but hey, now we've got it. And we've optimized it by setting FFT window to rectangular. Okay, so now I'm going to create C# script, and I am going to call this playlist manager for now. I feel like I might have a better name for it later, but oh well. I'm going to give this its own namespace. Stream playlist. You are going to have private audio source. I'm actually just gonna make this an array. Yeah, just call them audio sources. Then I'm going to have an accessor for it, a public accessor. And it's just going to be a get-only accessor to that. I need to set up the framework for the data container for this. So I'm going to need a data container for it. C# script, playlist, data. Let's just call it that for now. It's going to be on the namespace stream playlist. It is not going to be a mono behavior. This is actually going to be the class. We need using system. To make it system.serializable. This is going to be a straight, to from JSON Unity default JSON handler serialized class. That is the plan. I think the point's going to be, I think we just have one struct that handles them all. Or actually, I think they can be classes just because I do expect to modify the volume of it. I do also want like a keywords system to it as well. So in that case, I believe the first thing I'm actually going to do is... Actually, I might make it a separate class here, maybe? Nah, I'll make it a subclass. Public class. Song. Make it serializable. Oh. Public class song. Public string. File name. Public string. Song title. Oh, you know what I'm gonna have to do? Because I do not want to actually manually fill all of this out myself. I kind of just want to dump the MP3s into the folder and have it figure itself out. But in order to do that, and also have it filter all of the song titles and stuff properly, or the data, I need to figure out how to read media tags. I believe it. What's that called again? I forget what that's called. The metadata or whatever it's called. IME3 tags or something like that. I think it's ID3. Edit metadata of I think it's ID3. So, okay. Unity. How Unity ID3? Unity ID3. I mean, at some point, I probably want to, wait. Access ID3. We're gonna be doing some research again. This is fine. This is research that I'm okay with. I'm sorry for the flashbang. In fact, I don't think Wikipedia has a built-in dark mode at all, so I'm just going to throw this on Dark Reader. In ID3v1, the metadata is stored in a 128-byte segment at the end of the file. In ID3v2, an extensible set of frames located at the start of the file is used. Subvariants of both versions exist. Okay. So... This means that in order to figure out... We don't know for sure if it's going to be ID3v1 at the end of the file or ID3v2 at the beginning of the file. Great! How do we figure that out then? Let's do some experimentation. Let's do some experimentation. I am going to pull up music folder real quick. Let's pull this up. Here at the top of the list here, I've got, it's not the top of the list actually. Here's this music file of The Soul Can't Be Cut from Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Let's click Edit with Notepad++. Oh boy! That's at the beginning. That's an ID3 tag at the beginning.
You are just weapons to be used and thrown away.
Just weapons to be used on the battlefield.
TX null as TX.
Now stop it. I'm not a weapon.
Uh-huh. At least it seems to be that the ID3v1 is at the beginning here, but let's also look at the end here. a bunch of these, which I'm not sure if these are necessarily ID3 tags. Also, if I go ahead and load up, so that's you know, the Metal Gear Rising OST, which I know is also kind of fucked up in a lot of other places as well. Let me find a song that I have edited. So, for example, here's Please TNT, the parody of Maury Calliope's Please RIP song that I made a couple of years ago for April Fool's Day 2022. The ID3 tags are at the beginning. This was something that I made, so I said, That is TIT2. And then there's these null bytes. So I think, in general, ID3v2 is going to be in use more often than ID3v1. Wait. Okay, I think this is the end. As it stands, this file, properties, is 4,772,000 bytes. So I think this is accurate. I think this is accurately the end of the file here, and I do not see ID3 tags here. I see, you know, lame tags here. I'm not sure what that's actually for. Overall, I have a feeling that ID3v2 is going to be what we're going to see more often than not. As it stands, yeah, I can see the benefit of using ID3v2 tags that are at the beginning. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to read these. But I think we have a general idea of how we're going to read them. I can go ahead and do a little bit more research to see if somebody else has has like their own code for it. There is taglib sharp, which means I have to download somebody else's package, and we have severe not invented here syndrome, so we're probably not going to be doing that. Aha. So this Stack Overflow page, which honestly I should probably also Dark Reader Stack Overflow, so you guys don't get flashbanged by this. This comment says taglib sharp is pretty popular. One, take a quick and dirty peek at doing it. So I'll use a C# snippet I found to read M3's tag info. Now, this looks to be the old version of ID3v2 because we're using 3 bytes for the tag ID, when it should be 4 bytes, I think. That seems to be what I'm seeing lately. But it looks like... This is this class music ID 3 tag. Hold on. Let me re-find music file to use for this again. Edit with Notepad++. So you have this TPE1, but then there's a bunch of these null bytes, a sub byte, which I wish I knew what that meant. I should probably open these in a hex editor. Too bad I don't have a hex editor here. Actually, I should make sure I'm using a hex editor. I need to go... Do I have a hex editor? I don't think I do. I need to find a hex editor. HXD is probably what I'm looking for. Starting with the HXD 2.3 Portable Edition is available as a separate setup program. Here's portable. I have to scroll down to find the portable. Download. Shove this here. I do not need to install this. The open folder this is in. Headpads incoming. Oh, I have a headpad from Yami. I think, yeah, okay. Yeah. Hey, headpads. Hi, Yami. Sorry, I'm in the middle of doing some research. I'm trying to figure out how to read ID3 tags from MP3 files. And also, I am going a little insane because I can't figure out how to make Unity respond to a key press from outside of the project without having to install another package, which I'm trying to avoid having to install other packages. Let's check this HXD setup. Where did that go? Oh, here it is. This is a setup file. I don't want a setup file. No, it says portable setup. Why is there a setup file? Why is there an installer for a setup file? I'm gonna put this in documents. Sure. Save your Prokop Benitez. I've already taken too many cheese slices today. I'm gonna parry a cheese slice next. Today I am researching how to read ID3 tags. Oh my gosh, they opened readme.txt and that. Okay, here's HXD. I need... Just want to close that. Okay, I'm gonna grab this file and drop it in here. Cool. Byte. Let's check this one. So I just need to figure out where I can find the reference for ID3 to be chew. Because this gives me a link for ID3v1. ID3v2 documentation. I did not mean to put that into a new window, but whatever. Apparently ID3.org exists. Well, okay, that works. Header of 10 bytes. Extended header. Variable length optional. I gotta go to the bathroom. Yeah, I'm gonna BRB again. Stand by. Okay, I return. So, here we go. Hopefully we can start to understand what the fuck we're looking at. So the first part of the ID3v2 tag is the 10-byte tag header, laid out as follows. So the ID3v2 file identifier, ID3. Then we have version, which is 0400, which actually, funnily enough, this is 0300. This is going to be ID3v 2.3, probably. All revisions are backwards compatible, while major versions are not. Then we have flags. So after the 0400, we have flags. ABCD0000. This might actually be binary specifically. So this might be 1 byte. Is the flags 1 byte? It's probably 1 byte. Yeah. And then the bytes 5 through 8 are always going to be 0, it looks like. So that means so with the 0300, this file has none of the flags unless there is... Hang on. How do I get to, like... Here we go. Can I find where the header is here? Okay, so ID3B2 does have this flags header, although it doesn't have as many flags. It only has unsynchronization, extended header, experimental indicator. And it doesn't have footer present. Bit 4 indicates that a footer, section 3.4, is present at the very end of the tag. If we go ahead and drop in a soul can't be cut, we still have nothing in the flags here. This one is actually 2.3. So yeah, you can see that. And then we see an ID3B2 size. The ID3B2 tag size is encoded with 4 bytes, where the most significant bit, bit 7, is set to 0 in every byte, making a total of 28 bits. Zeroed bits are ignored, so 257 bytes long tag is represented as 0201. Just one second. I'm gonna turn my fan off. I am tired of getting blown by it right now. Okay. Turn, please. Thank you. This is ID 3B1 because we're seeking from the end of the file. So I don't think this is what we're looking for, unfortunately. Okay, yeah, we'll keep on. We'll stay on ID3B2. Sorry, ID3B2.3, just because that's probably gonna be what the bulk of them are. Which actually, if we looked at, I guess this is the only one that has kind of this. So assuming we have an extended header, which we don't have in general, because so far I'm seeing flags being 0 here on everything. We have this. None of these really make sense. Says that the int 16, UN 16 are 0, which doesn't make any sense. Actually, unless it is supposed to be a 32-bit, but that doesn't make sense either. So what the fuck is this bit size thing? It's not like I have a 28-bit thing here. So, hold on. Tag size is encoded 4 bytes where the most significant bit 7, set to 0 in every byte, total 28 bits. Which is the stupidest thing. Why would you write it like that? I don't fucking understand. So yeah, a 257 bytes long tag is represented as 0201. Which is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. Wow. That is stupid. To avoid the introduction of false sync signals. Okay, I kind of understand that, but also, what the fuck? So the ID3B2's tag size is the size of the complete tag after unsynchronization, including padding, excluding the header, but not excluding the extended header. This hurts my brain. So... this is 16. So when we stop seeing tags, that's to offset 170. Including padding, excluding the header, but not excluding the extended header. with the header being this, which is excluding the size. So basically that's from here to, I'm guessing here. That could be wrong. That's length 170. Although that's in hex. So I need to calculate that from hex. Which means I need programmer calculator. Hex 170. Decimal 368. So, that hex 70. That's 112. And then if I add 112 plus 256, that gives us 368. Okay, so we've solved that. We've solved that. I now know how to read the size tag, which is an improvement over 5 minutes ago, where I had no fucking clue what I was looking at. That means we have to do a lot of math ourselves. We have to skip... in order to read the size tag, we have to skip every 8th byte. Essentially. Bit 7 in ID3V2 flags indicates whether or not unsynchronization is used. A set that indicates usage. You know what I should probably do in order to kind of get an idea for how this is really being used is I need to go pull up a song that has a an album song, an album art. I think this one does. Interesting. So, this is version 3. Still no flags set. And then we have 4 things for this. Wait, this is using... Hold on a second. No, wait, no, TALB. No, I'm reading this wrong. Hang on. Wait, that means that... No, yeah, that's still... Okay, I'm tripping myself up. This is the size here. This is a chunker, apparently. This is a heckin' chunker, which makes sense because there is going to be album art. in theory. But let's go through the things here. I want to see if we can just find information on these tags. As it stands, we still haven't seen an extended header yet. Hence, the extended header is optional. I will probably still need to make sure that we can account for extended headers and just skip them. Ah. It's 3.3 padding. After frames, variable length, we have padding, variable length optional. Footer 10 bytes optional. In general, padding and footer are mutually exclusive. Okay, so basically as soon as we see... I mean, as it stands, when I looked at these TNT, we literally end right there. Also, at the same time, if I go look at tag size, sum of the byte length, the extended header, the padding and the frames after unsynchronization. Except padding and footer seem to be optional. So how do we know whether or not we have padding? Adding a few additional frames or enlarging existing frames within the tag without having to rewrite the entire file. The value of the padding bytes must be 00. These should be null bytes. A tag must not have any padding between the frames or between the tag header and the frames. So we probably will not see anything with padding, but we'll have to make sure in case it does. Enter all output data. Footer is a copy of the header, but with a different identifier. Interesting. As it stands, I have yet to see. Is there even a 3DI? Feeling it might actually be related to all of these things, and I'm not sure. Like, if I drop this into here, can I do Control F 3DI? It might take it a while to search because that's 7 megabytes, or however many megabytes. 6 megabytes. Oh, wait. There's no way, because... this is position 6417. 417-468. Which if I have to do gonna be hex 3DB8350. $3DB8450. What's wrong with my math? Oh wait, no, this is really plays TNT. Wait. This is Amorphous Freeze. This is Amorphous Freeze. 3DB. $450. I still don't see it here. Hold on. Wait. I think I've actually, I've miswritten that. 6417. 6417. 471. Oh, hang on. Which is hex 61EC3F. Which makes more sense. Ah, fuck me. Six, 4, 1. Right. No, 6-1 EC3F. Still not very end of the file is the thing. EC3F. C3F. Here it is, 3DI. The problem is that doesn't make sense. Because it should be... Yeah, it should be followed by the version number 0400, but it's not. So I don't think... Is there a search in here? There is a search. Find. 3DI. Can't find 3DI. So I don't think there's a footer in this file. So I wish I could find out what that's used for, but oh well. I think in general we're just going to be bothering with ID3 tags at the beginning of the file. I don't think I'm going to bother with footers. Okay, well... An interesting thing is that, again, if we look at the Mega Man Zero 2 Animal Cross Freeze track, we have what looks to be... possibly, I forget what this is called. I think this is like UTF-16 or something. It's like Care 16T. We seem to have Care 16s here. The question is, how do we determine that we're doing that? Unless that's that might actually just be something in the frames. Yeah, so ID3DB2 frame overview. So we have a frame ID is 4 characters. Size and flags, XXXX. Nothing else is said. Strings, including numeric strings and URLs, are represented as ISO 855-1 characters in range hex 20, hex FF. Such strings are represented in frame descriptions as text string or full text string if no lines are allowed. If nothing else is said, new line character is forbidden. So 855 none. A new line is represented when allowed with hex 0A only. If only I remember what the fuck 0A stands for. So I can determine whether or not we need to worry about that. Strings dependent on encoding are represented in frame descriptions as text string according to encoding or full text string according to encoding, if new lines are allowed. Any empty strings of type 1, which are null terminated, may have the Unicode BLM followed by null. Select us the tag parser. Let's do this frame. So let's take a look at an example frame, preferably one that is TALB here saying ocremix.org. Actually, yeah, that is the album. The lowercase OC remix. Okay, so this is going to be our example here. This is TALB. So, go TALB. Then we have the size immediately after that. 0000001B. Which hex 1B be 27 characters. Well, it's up to 27 bytes, that is. Length 16. 2. 27. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Okay, so that includes whatever these are. Flags. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me look at this. Yeah. Frame ID is followed by a size descriptor containing the size of the data in the final frame after encryption, compression, and unsynchronization. The size is excluding the frame header. And stored as a 32-bit sync-save integer. So assuming that here, the 0000001B, this is the size. We have frame ID, TALB, and then size is the 4 bytes, ending in 1B. 1B being 27. So this is a 27 bytes, and then there should be apparently 2 bytes handling flags. Actually, let's check the old format, which is still 2 bytes representing flags. Huh. Tag must contain this frame, of course. Frame must be at least 1 byte big, so header. So strings, including numeric strings and URLs, are represented as ISO 8859-1 characters in range 20 to FF. So strings are represented in frame descriptions, text string or full text string. New lines are allowed. If nothing else is said, new line character is forbidden. Frames that allow different types of text encoding contain a text encoding description byte. Possible encodings. So ISO 8859-1. So here's the UTF-16 encoded Unicode with BOM. All strings in the same frame shall have the same byte order. So there's a 0-1 here. Aha! I think I know what's going on here. Okay, so with BOM. Is this what BOM is? Because I don't fucking understand string encoding. I'm sorry. Is that what that is? If I go look at Please TNT, and I want to go find our things. So we have the TPE1 here. TPE1, like the... Let's start with TIT2, because that's easier. We have the size here. 2 flags. And then ISO 8859-1, terminated with 00 byte. Which doesn't actually seem to be terminated with the 00 byte. From what I can tell. Don't even know what COMM means. There does appear to be a valid tag here. Oh no, this is common. Why are there so many null bytes before that is the question. You have the size here, the 00039. And then we have no flags set. And then we have a bunch of null bytes before the comment, which is interesting. Although at the same time, we have 2 comments here, which is interesting. But then this also has a bunch of flags set, which I'm not sure what this is about. I don't know why there are 2 comments. If I hit, properties, come on. Properties on this. I don't think I can see the comment here. No, there is actually one. It's here. I guess I'll have to go find out, because I'd assume this has a list of tags, right? Maybe, or maybe it doesn't. Take a look at native frames. Yes, there's COMM comments. 410. Comments. This frame is intended for any kind of full text information that does not fit in any other frame. It consists of a frame header followed by encoding, language, and content descriptors. So you have the header for comment, ID com, text encoding, and then language? Then there's short content description. This was what we were seeing before, where it was 3 bytes following the size. And then short content description, terminated by a null byte. And then the actual text. What does that mean? That's wacky. What is the language? Language is represented with 3 characters according to ISO 639-2. Really? 639, huh? We know about that. So then why the fuck are they 00 then? Huh. That's wacky. Well, generally speaking, we don't have to worry about that, I think. So again, so if we go back up to here, so the comment, we have this. We have the 3.9 for the size of this. Just 3.9. 57. So again, if we looked at the, hang on. Tags. Wait. Our frame overview. If we look at our frame overview. Do our size. If I look at size descriptor containing the size of the data in the final frame after encryption, compression, and synchronization. Excluding the frame header. Does that also exclude flags? In the frame header, size descriptor is followed by 2 flags, bytes. Which if we looked at, like, the title here, we have the size 54. Which is 84. Again, I think when we have a single byte like this, we can actually just check this, 53, 54. Okay, so it is excluding the tags then. Or the flags, I should say. Boom, okay. In that case, yeah, so if we see COMM tag, then all we need to do is read the size data here, and then just skip that many bytes because we don't give a shit about the comment. So that's going to be what we do. So if we see anything that we don't give a shit about, we can just get the number of bytes, skip that entirely, move on to something else. Because that seems to be something we can consistently do. Cool. That's all we really need to do then. Alright. So, I have a general idea of how I'm going to identify the things. Unfortunately, I am also out of time for stream today. I spent so long in the weeds of that. But it's okay. Hey, I did work today. Tomorrow, we're playing Oxygen Not Included tomorrow. I'm rewarding myself for that with some funny Oxygen game. I may still play a little bit more, or not play, but may still do a little bit more coding work after stream just to finish up what I was writing here with playlist data so that I understand what I'm doing here. But generally speaking, so we have the plan of action, we have the plan of attack on how we're going to read ID3 tags. It's gonna be a nightmare, but I have a general idea of how I'm going to do it. So all I need to do is just do it. Hopefully. Okay, so, with that being said, I think we're going to go ahead and flip over my chatting scene. And we're going to start working on ending stream. Because, yeah, unfortunately, it is late. It is getting late. I'm getting hungry. And I've got to get some I've got to get some food in my belly so I can continue writing the data container for the playlist. And that'll be kind of my next course of action. I would also like to start working on the ID3 extractor, but that's going to need to be something that I do after I actually set up the thing to import the files. I still need to kind of work on the functionality of the system that streams in the files first. Also, Secret Purple Queso, sorry I didn't like acknowledge you. I don't know if you've been like lurking or if I missed you earlier, but I'm happy that you checked in today. Yeah, I don't really need to be handling ID3 tags until I get the base system of like understanding how I'm going to be importing songs, importing files into it. I would like to figure out, because that's another thing that needs to be kind of put on the docket of things I need to learn. Things I need to learn. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up a card for this on Trello. I feel like actually I've got a card somewhere in here for integrated radio. Do I have a card here for integrated radio? I don't. I'm gonna create a new one. Integrated playlist, I should call it, not radio. Okay, checklist. I'm actually gonna go ahead and bring us back to gameplay whilst I'm doing this, because I do need to make sure I handle this before we end stream today. I need to make sure that we know exactly where we're leaving things off. So, things that need to be done. ID3 tag parser. But that needs to be done as part of music file management UI. Handle dragging and dropping files onto Unity, or onto application, I should say, /UI. It was like 90. Today was like 75% research, really, which is fine. That tends to be something that you do a lot of when you're developing games. Hopefully, it wasn't too boring for people. Me doing a lot of my own homework and research. So I need ID3 tag parser, music file management UI, handle dragging and dropping files onto application.ui/UI. We did actually finish something else, which is the visualizers here previously weren't handling stereo sounds. They were actually only off of one channel. We have now updated that to where it is now normalized between two channels. I've also had to add something because something I want to do... Caught player on the stream. Understandable. Yeah. Something that I want to do is that when I do the playlist here, I want to be able to crossfade in between songs. In order to do that, I need to use two audio sources. And so I need to make sure that the visualizer component was hooked up to use two audio sources. So I did that as well. So I needed to be able to do that. Now that's done. So that's done. What needs to be done next is that I'm actually just gonna rip. This is the thing that shows what song is playing for Titan Blades. I'm gonna rip this out of Titan Blades and turn it into its own standalone object, and then have Titan Blades tell it when it needs to override itself with what's currently playing in the Titan Blades system. That's going to be what I end up doing with that. So that's another thing that needs to be in the to-do list. Rip Titan Blades music display out into standalone module. Have Titan Blades override this display when playing. Okay. Thing we need to do, save and load playlist data. In fact, actually, I'm going to have separate things. Hang on. So we want to load playlist data, save playlist data when making modifications. We need independent volume controls for each playlist entry. That's kind of the one of the base features we want for this. We also want Titan Blades as well as ducking main radio when active. I want to load playlist data. I want to save playlist data when making modifications. I just want to move ID3 tag parser after music file management UI. I actually want to go ahead and put load playlist data and save playlist data at the top here. Independent volume controls. Handle drag and dropping files onto application./UI, then ID3 tag parser, then rip Titan Blade music display out into standalone module. Actually, I could do that before music and file management UI. Both of those would be there. So that should be the general order of things. Crossfading needs to be done. Volume controls accessible on active UI. I want to make sure that that times out when application is not focused. Other thing that we're going to need to do. This one's going to be the big one. We are probably going to need raw input package. That's gonna be the compromise. So I was trying to see if it was possible for us to read hotkeys whilst the application is not focused, and that seems to be something that base Unity is refusing to do. I was hoping to be able to do it without needing to get a package, because overall the amount of bloat that I have in this application is always going to be a nightmare. But it looks like if I'm going to want to do this, I'm going to need raw input, which sucks. I'm going to need some package for it. Otherwise, I have to do some like really complicated DLL hooking, and I just don't want to do that. I'd rather just have it done the normal way. Anyways, I'm also going to go ahead and grab all of these documentations that we found and have them pasted into here, so I can grab these later. There. So I can use those for reference later on what the ID3 tag parsing is going to look like. So you have a general idea of how all that's going to work. And yeah, I think that's it. I think now we can go ahead and start working on ending stream. Now we've got our notes taken. Notes have been taken. And I will try and do some stuff after stream, but I'll try not to work myself too hard tonight, because I've already done quite a bit of work, but I do want to at least finish up a lot of the data containers and infrastructure that I'm going to need for everything. But that is definitely going to be the ending point for tonight. Thank you for the plugs, Yami. Let me click the stop rates for 1 hour button, and let's get about with ending things. If you are still here, do please stick around. I'm going to drop in on a friend of ours, as we usually do. And I also like people being along for funny raid messages. So at the beginning of the research phase, I thought ID3 was bizarre and weird, but at the end of the research phase, we have begun to understand ID3 a little bit better, and it is not nearly as insane as I was originally making it out to be. But it is still going to be a bit of a challenge for us to figure everything out. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and close all of these windows, since we've saved all of that now. Okay, so, loves you who tuned in. For those of you who tuned into today's stream, thank you very much for tuning in. Whether you are lurking or actively participating, I appreciate you either way. For those of you who are new to the stream, Standard Green Protocol. I am Kton. I'm a hobbyist game developer / VTuber. And obviously we're working on the overlay system here, but I'm also working on games specifically. The Jack Schmidt Murderbot Mascots game, which I'm hoping to get into doing work on again next week, maybe. But I may also just be doing more overlay work. We'll see. I do know that I want to be taking a break over the weekend, but we'll see how things work. That being said, if you're interested in any of the projects that I'm working on, I am also doing gaming stuff too, on Mondays and Saturdays, and sometimes Friday, because I'm definitely rewarding myself an auction not included stream tomorrow. So if you're interested in any of that stuff, definitely drop a follow if you haven't already. If you're already following, make sure you turn on your notifications, because if you show up to the stream multiple times in a row, not only do you get bonus channel points through some of all the cool scripted channel point redeems that I've spent a lot of time working on, you got to see some of it here. You also get bonus XP through the Rapport program, which is the stream XP system that we have here. There are some cool perks you get for leveling up all the way, so for more information about that, you can check out the Google document link that has been linked in chat. Whilst you're there, definitely drop into the Discord, where not only do I post when my streams go live, but I also share progress made on projects off stream. I also do both of those things on Tumblr, so if you wish to just follow me there instead, that's also an option for you to get all of your informations and notifications. If you wish to support me monetarily, the best way to do so is to tip me on Ko-fi, which will also get you access to the prototype version of the first-person shooter that we're working on, Jack Schmidt, Murderbot Mascots. So if you want to play around with that, see what the movement is like, and there's a whole vertical slice level for you to play around with and shoot some evil animatronics. So if you feel like doing that, drop a couple dollars on the Ko-fi. It is like Patreon, but better, if you didn't know what Ko-fi is. Okay. That being said, weekly schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday is the normal weekly schedule, with sometimes Fridays, but those are less guaranteed. But I do want to really do a Friday stream this week because I did game development stuff, and I'm proud of myself, so I get to reward myself with funny colony game. So if you're familiar with like Don't Starve / Dwarf, I compare Auction on Play to Don't Starve, Dwarf Fortress, and a little bit of Factorio, a little bit of Gregatech, because there's some very scientific kinds of mechanics in Auction Not Included, but it's fun. So yeah, I didn't actually go over what the weekly schedule normally is. Wednesdays and Thursdays are supposed to be game development days. I'm gonna try and get on that now to get myself back in the habit of actually getting some work done. Mondays currently is Deep Rock Galactic. I may also try and do auction not included streams on Mondays as well. Saturdays is still the current recurring stream slot, that being Minecraft, the Catgirlcraft SMP server focused around the Create mod and various mods focused around that mod. So it's a private SMP with a bunch of friends of mine. Mostly just Olivia, Shu, and Iris, if you know those people. Olivia was here earlier. Right, that's it. And then so hopefully I see you guys tomorrow. But again, not guaranteed because I don't want to be burning myself out. I'm just now coming back from a bit of a hiatus. But I do want to, reward myself with some auction not included, some additional oxygen content. So we'll see you tomorrow, and if we don't, we'll see you Saturday for Minecraft. And I think that is it. Raid message and who to raid. Let me think. Please, I don't want to add more packages with Kbity not like this is. I think this is going to be our raid messages today. That's our special raid message specifically. If you're not subscribed to the channel, you can still unlock that emote using channel points. It is very affordable here, and if you don't have the channel points for it, which again, it's going to be 256 to unlock that. But if you don't have the channel points, then there is a free version here, the default free version, or you can simply do the text, please, I don't want to add more packages. And with that being said, we're going to go find out who we're going to raid. Raid browser. Let's see who's on. Viewers level high. I'd like to raid somebody who's doing game dev. Chrono Zero is on doing game dev. Probably end up raiding Chrono Zero because we haven't raided them in a while. And I like raiding on game dev when I'm doing game dev. There is also Doohoo, but I think we do Chrono Zero. Chrono Zero is a fellow game dev streamer, not necessarily a VTuber, but still in my circle. So I think we drop in on Chrono. Open this up. Bring you over here. Come on, I said bring you over here. And if you're gonna call me something short, just do K-T. The letter K dash letter T. Because just calling me K is kind of weird. I'm gonna go ahead and click Start Raid. Close that out. Alright, so with that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning in to my stream. See you guys next time then on. Until then, this is Kbity, over and out.